All right, so where did we last leave off on the GW2Style's website, huh? We made a couple, like a bunch of progress actually on. Oh, I'm on the wrong keyboard. We made a bunch of progress. Oh, I actually need to run the seeds. So let's see if those still work. I don't know what the command is. Is it Ecto Seed? All right, let's take a little look. So where I last left off is I've been playing with this a little bit too much. So let's take a little look. What is it? What do we do? Setup. We just run this manually. It's fine. Let's see if that script still works. Good. Okay. So what I last worked on was the top list on the checklist, because I work on this even off stream as well. But the top thing on the list was the managing of the dies, and I didn't really do the managing of the dies, but I worked on just the dies in general. So I can show you a bit what we got so far. I don't care about that. So what we worked on so far is, if I go to my looks and I go to Ancient Desert Prince, you will be able to see that we now show the dies in here. So basically the pull request that we have currently here is just, it's doing a bunch of shit, but the majority of it is basically setting up the dies in the database, making the relations between the two, adding the seeding part for the dies, and let me see. So we can go a little bit high over the code. This is not super important. This is not super important. This is just some extra stuff that I did for allowing me to make sure that everything's fixed. So what we were doing before is, like, while we were going over the armor pieces, we were actually directly referencing the skin. So a look has many skins, right? And so I was just rendering the skin. But in order for me to get the dies that the person picked for that skin, we cannot actually render the skin itself. We need to render the association, so the join table. So let me show you what that looks like. So we have this join table here that just connects the look with the skin. So it just basically says look 1 has skin 6519, which is Mistward head wrap. And on this look skins join table, we now also have a table with look skins dies, which is the connection between a look skin and a GW2 collar. Now, GW2 color is just a list of the GW2 colors, and I prefix it with GW2 because it is actually coming from their API, and I'm thinking about doing the same for skins, but that's quite a big refactor because we already had it. So I might strip off the GW2 part at some point and just make it colors. But yeah, we'll figure that out. It's not super important. Now, that's basically the database structure. So we have looks. Looks are just a bunch of metadata. Then looks have attachments, which is the images that are attached to the look. We have look skins, which is connecting the look with the skin. So it's just basically telling us that the look has this skin, and so many people can have can use any of these skins. So that's basically just the connection table, the table that associates the look with the skin, and now also the dies with the skin. So we can see that look 40, which is let's see, skin ID 40, let's see. So look skin, look ID 6, and then skin ID 1421, which probably is the top one. Can we see that? No, I don't have that referenced anywhere yet. But basically, it just basically says, hey, this look skin that we have here has the die color 1281, in position 0. So that is the first position in the list. First one in the list, and then it has color 1154 on position 1. So if we take a look at what that color is, it's Redemption. So that's probably this one. It's Yellow Vibrant Rare. So that's what it is. And so forth. So that's basically the structure that we have, and the to-dos that we have to work on to get this pull request wrapped up is like checking if we have everything tested, and obviously add some tests for the dies, and then there is still a reference to the default. So let me show you what that looks like. Currently I have a die slots schema, which is like basically a skin has many die slots. And the way the database and the API is structured is kind of annoying. So what I did was I just sort of took that over, but I think we can actually make this a bit easier. So we can actually make these die slots. So a skin has many die slots. And it just doesn't, it needs to get rid of this default part, which is just unnecessary. So yeah, there's that. So yeah, the one other thing that we did, I don't think anybody actually knows this, but skins now have die slots, and this is sort of what is coming from the API. That's why where this default is coming from, but I don't think we need that anymore. I think we can get rid of the default because there's no other keys in this die slots area. It's just going to be an array of slots, basically. And depending on the length of the slots, we know how many things can be in there. Now, one funny thing that we found out is that the API is shortly, like, basically put mildly, it is absolutely horseshit. There is skins in this list. Let me see if I can find the one. This one, for example. No, not this one. There is skins in this list, like the Protector's Helm, that have 3 die slots in the game, but the API says it has 0. And so I don't know how to deal with this. Like, I can go over every skin in the game and figure out like how many skin slots, how many die slots there are on this skin. But I also simply don't have all the skins in the game. So I think we'll just have to deal with this. The way that we're gonna be dealing with this is just gonna be bug reports. People will just have to send me a screenshot of what the skin looks like in the game, and then I'll just create a list of exceptions where, like, as we sync the data from the API, we just monkey patch the flaws that are in the API. It is absolutely dog shit. And the funny thing is the websites that are also doing sort of whatever we're doing, right? We're showing off looks. They suffer from the same issues. So if people are using skins that are absolutely broken in the API, then they cannot add dies to those skins. Yeah, it's just what it is. So that's just how we're gonna deal with that. So we probably need some sort of like bug report thing or whatever else. We'll figure that out once we get there. But that is just, yeah, it was a pain to work with. I thought I could easily slap this in, but I was more working with trying to figure out why there's bugs in the API than anything else. So let's take a little look. All the tests are passing, but we need to see if we can add some extra tests. So let's see. First, run the tests. Oh wait, are we supposed to keep it appropriate for YouTube now? I mean, it's up to you. Preferably, yes. So the tests are passing, and we don't really have a test for this. So we are in the show. We have a test that updates the look with the associated skin, which is a bit nasty. And we cannot... We don't have a way to set the dyes yet. We just know that they exist. So... that is a bit of an issue. Because our test... we cannot really do a full round trip test, right? Where we like... we can create a skin in the background. I guess that's what we're doing here anyways. Because we assign a look here. Yeah, so maybe we do that. Maybe we make a look with dyes. And then that is just how we're gonna run things, I guess. Because here, like, we create a look with attachments, but we're not creating a look with skins. We're doing the skins in the test here. And our test is describe show. I mean, I could add the... like, it's not really the test concern, right? Like, if I add a test here and say dev test... or it's not called dev test. And I say... shows the dyes when present. For the available dye slots. Shows the dye slots for the given skins. So if we have the con and the look here, we can do a little bit of like additional work here where we say adds with skins, where we take a look And then what we need to do is we need to do an update, and I think we can do that. So I have a fixture already for this. It's just that we have a create look. And I don't know if there's an easy way to tell a test to alter this before, because that's what it's doing, right? We do a little setup here. So we can do a little check X unit setup. Maybe there's some cool stuff here that we can do. I mean, in theory, you can also do this. Setup context, similar to setup 1. So this is what I was thinking. You can also do setup do. Except one of these a block. So maybe we just do the block, huh? Problem is that we're in the show already. I mean, the ideal situation is that if you create a look to show, it is good that it has all the skins, but here we have a test that updates the associate look with the associated skins. But theoretically, I kind of just want to have it already. I mean, what we can also do is just fuck this. Like, we create a look, but we don't use it. That's another way of doing it. That would be another way of doing it. So we can, you know, we can do that. Doom 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 doom. With skin. What did I just do? Oh yeah, we are here. Okay. Okay, let's just pick a random skin from here. And the reason that we want a specific skin is because we actually want to the reason we want a specific skin is because we actually want to know the dye channel up front, like the amount of dye slots that we expect. That just makes it a bit easier. So let's just say we take this galvanic coat. 281. And then what else does this method take? Dyes. Okay. I don't know what the dye looks like. So I think it's a color ID. And a position, I think. So if we take a color, grapefruit, and position 0. How many? Wait a second. How many slots did it have? 281. It has 1, 2, 3, 4 slots. Sup, the introspective mind, welcome in. This is Elixir indeed, yes sir. So let's just say we only do the middle and the last one. So the position 1, we fill that slot with color 616, and then we do a little dark chocolate color. It's gonna be a cooked ass thing on position 3. So we're basically leaving this skin has 4 dye slots. Okay. So we make a look, and then we go to that look. We don't really want to edit. We want to just see. We just want to see what it looks like. Because here we're going to the show, but we're like, we don't really care. I just want to see. So if I go to, if we con visit here, and we con visit this look. Yes. And then we need to assert a couple things. Has skin. Look dots. Armor dots. Oh god, what armor piece was this? Are you using Phoenix Framework? I am using a Phoenix Framework. Yes, sir. Do I want to go into the look skins? What does this even give me? Assert has skin. What does this give me? What is this method? Skin name. Oh, it is a full skin object. Okay. Okay. We asserted the skin is there, and then we want to assert... How do we even want to test this? So, let's just first... What was it again? Open browser? I think that's what it was. Alright, let's just put a little taggy in here. Do a little taggy in here, and then we do mix test only. Open browser. Imported from Phoenix, from both Phoenix test and Phoenix blah blah blah. Phoenix test. It did not save my file. Okay. Holy shit, guys. The code is working. Now we just need to see how we're gonna test this. Do we just give every die slot like a little test ID? Couldn't find alias. Look. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I see it as a universal thing to clap if your code is working. Yes. The nice thing is, though, I just love this browser thing. This open browser thing is the best thing to have ever happened. It is absolutely amazing. So... let's just go to the show page, and then let's go to where we render the skin. And then let's go to the dyes, and in here we do a little dye magic. So if we have any dyes, if there is any dye channels on this is very annoying name, but I still need to figure this out. Because we have has many in the database with dyes, and I kind of want to have dyes in here. So maybe this needs to be dye slots. I don't know. I don't know what to call this yet. Maybe the has many needs to be colors. Looks has many colors, and then we call them internally when we actually render them dyes. I don't know. It's a bit fucky-wucky. So we iterate over the dyes if we have one, and then we render it if we have one. And otherwise, we just do a little background neutral so that we render these empty bad boys here. And then if we don't have any at all, we also render a background neutral. And in theory, I could fix this with just always rendering like one empty slot. Because what it will look like, it will just be a one big square here that indicates that there's no dyes. I'm not entirely sure yet what that would look like, but it is what it is. So since we're just rendering a bunch of divs here, like this is just 4 divs. And so we should probably render the name of it in a title tag, actually. Is it die.name? I think it's die.color dot name. I mean, the color should always be there. Let's just crash when it isn't there. Because like, in what world do we live in where you have an association to a dye and it does not exist? Let's be honest here. So maybe I need to know the dye slots, let's be honest. I want to know the index too. I don't know how you get the index. Can you wait? Heeks template, Heeks loop index. You always I don't need to know. I don't need to know. I just need to know the index. I think we have an index in here. Or in the form. So here we do this, and then with index. But I don't know if that's some inputs for magic or not. Because I think I tried something like this, and it just crashed on my ass. Key index not found. See, that's what I was thinking. That's what I'm thinking. Is there no way to get the index? See, inputs 4 has an index. I want that index, buddy. I mean, I could do a little ugly thing where I just say like with index, but then that's odd. I guess I have to. Boom, boom, bam, ba-doom, ba-doom, bam. Data tested the data slot 1, 0, 1, 2, and 3. That is what we want. That is what we want. Not too happy with this, but it do be what it do be. Okay, so what we can do... we should add another test case. Should render empty die slot when no dies, when skin has no die slots. Boom boom bap doom doom bap boom bap doom doom bap doom doom bap. Update from show. Yeah, let's do that. Bada bing, bada boom. Make the look. And let's make the look again. This skin has 0 dye slots, so let's find one of those. And this will be a bit brittle. Does anybody know a Guild Wars skin that has 0 dye slots? I think there's like this cat skin, right? The cat's shoulders or something? I think that one has 0. It's like the invisible cat something. Select backpack wings. True. True. Where type is back. Oh, from. The invisible one, yeah. Dye slots, no. Oh, that is not good, by the way. That is a string of no. Is that good? I think it should be empty array. Oh, that's a bug. Glad we found that out. That should be empty array. Well, we will fix that as well. But yeah, let's just pick one of the backpacks. What's up, cat? What backpack do we want? Butterfly wings? There is backpacks though that have dye slots, just not here. I need to. Can somebody give me a name to a backpack that will guaranteed not have any? I think backpack straps actually has none. Because the API will give me 0 dye slots for any back piece, but in reality, some back pieces have actual dye slots. I think Ad Infinitum doesn't have it. So let's add 0 dye channels. How's live, by the way, Cads? Let's go to that thing. Bada bing, bada boom. No match for right hand value. Dye is invalid. Array map. Skin ID is invalid. Look skins. What's your problem? What's your problem? Oh, this doesn't have a... Interesting. This doesn't have a default. That's fine. We can give it a default. That's a bit of oopsie whoopsie on my end. Okay, we're good, she. So now we have ad infinitum and it should render this, and this should be dye none. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's also put something on the wrapper here. And let's also put something in here. Da da ba 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 da ba da ba 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 boom. So we need to do a little bit of a, like, within sort of thing, I think. Because at some point I can see a world where we are... Let's actually wait. I'm gonna see a world where we want to have a full look, including all the armor pieces, all the dyes, everything like fully fleshed out. And then I need to check the helmet, I need to check the shoulder, I need to check the coat, I need to check the leggings, like if they're all correct. So I want to probably do this by... Probably want to be able to pass this on. There is a way to pass rest, right? Yes. A little rest global in this bad boy. And I think you still need to define what that is allowed to be or something. A little rest global. This one, include, and then we just say div. You're allowed to pass things that are diffable. And then what we do here is for every single thing here, we just say data test ID. And then we do armor, skin, and then the label. And then for the weapon, we need to do... What the fuck did it just auto-complete? I think this should do it. Instruction of the binary failed. This feels so... I don't know if this is the best. Like, I don't know why it's doing that binary concat sort of thing. I don't know if that's faster than doing this. Maybe it's under the hood the same thing. Okay, let's take a little look. Armor, skin, helm. The fact that it's a label is not fantastic. Maybe we don't make this label. Maybe we just make this type. Armor label. Type. There you go. I don't know if we can just render an atom like that. It does. Okay, sweet. You can just do an atom to string there. That's big. So I think that would be good. Yeah, so basically we can find the wrapper, and then we can find the dyes within that, and then we can do our thing. I think that is big. That is what we want. So now what we can do is we can go into... Cert has skin. So I don't think we need that anymore. No. Because we were also rendering a data thing here. Data skin name. But what we can do now is just... maybe we still need it because it's still a div. Also, this is unnecessary now. Do these need to be articles? Oh well. We do not care. We do not care. Okay, so if we do assert or within, I think is what it's called. I think we really need a helper for this at some point, but... Okay, so we have the back piece, so... I think we get that on a skin as well, actually. Type. Type does not really work perfectly, though. So... let's just keep that in mind. So let's just do armor dash back. Armor dash skin dash armor dash skin dash back. People can draw cats. Surely. I call it session. Okay. Session. And then that is kind of what we need. Die slots none is what it should say. And then within the die grid, this is gonna be kind of nasty, but in a way it is kind of good. We could also just do die slots directly. Okay, we want die none. Because we don't know if those looks are gonna look different, so you could argue like, yeah, but it's like die slot 0, right? But it's realistically it's not. There's no die slots. So maybe die slot none is probably better. Okay. Let's see if this test passes. It passes, good. So we did the test, and the test is basically adding this coat. Wait, where's the other one? Oh, here, ad infinitum, and then it's checking if within armor skin back there is a die grid, and then there's a die slot none, which is the case. So that's big. And then assert kind of want to assert more on that thing, that it has no style. But yeah, this is fine. Okay, that's good. And then when it has 4 die slots, we're in this case, and then we want to do die slot 0. Keep thinking about taking nighttime coding classes, and every time I catch your coding streams, I consider it. Sup, Sheez, by the way. It's fun, but yeah, there's a lot of content online, you know. There's a lot of content online. So yeah, we have a couple things to assert here, and that is a bit of a shortcoming to Phoenix test. It only has a couple ways to do assertions, but let's just see. Because, for example, I kind of want to assert now that there's 4 elements within this. And I don't know if I can do that. Spent the last hour making a quit panel and it finally worked. That's huge. We'd love to see it. Is there anything else? I definitely want for slot 1. Phoenix test. Maybe we can use the underlying thing a little bit more. Functions. Like, we can go ham on the selector, but oh, here, count. Assert has. Ooh, okay, what if we do this? Does that work? Dang it. We can also say just a regular, we can just make this a regular die slot. Now under the hood, it's doing some things. Oh, I kind of like that. So I don't have to do the escaping. I didn't think about that. Does that just work? Never used this in my life, by the way. Ooh. Okay. We are cooking. That makes it a lot more approachable. So now we can get rid of all this ugly escaping. So die slot 0 should have Can we do this? Didn't find any elements with the selector data tested is die slot 0. I love this open in browser feature, man. It's so sick. Okay. Style. What about this? No. Oh, wait, we're testing within skin back. Wait, that does not exist. Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Wait. So maybe it did work. So what was this skin? This was a back, right? Yeah. I'm gonna immediately change this too. This is sick. We are learning. Okay, let's make this a bit more explicit so that future Boyd can copy paste this code and realize that he should be changing the slots it is using. All these fancy sigils, man, so sick. Wow. Guys, I just won the lottery, okay? I just won the lottery. I just want you to know. That is crazy. You know, what I'm doing is I'm generating a random file name. And how the random file name is, I'm picking a random number times a random number with an extension, any of these. And what I got is an actual file. That is crazy. And also, I just realized, oh God, I just realized that if this was porn, I would have been omega fucked. I just realized that. I just realized I'm actually random number times random number with a random extension could lead to on stream poning myself and showing porn on stream. That is sick. So maybe I should not generate an image that actually could work. So maybe what I should do is I should do like foo like this, so it would never work. Sub 40 and Bay, welcome in. So yeah, we gotta be careful. Okay, here we are. So I think the test could potentially work now. And it did work. Also, no, it did. Well, let's continue running these tests. Okay, so we have... Okay, what if I do this? Does this still work? It does work. Okay, so we can assert that there's no style tag. Okay, for slot 0 there's no style tag, and then for slot 1 we want to see the RGB value of the skin that we picked with this color, which I don't know what color this is. Let's find out. Select star from Guild Wars 2 colors where ID equals this. This is the RGB, so we can kind of hard code that in there. That is what we expect. Let's see what we get. Okay. How are we? I'm good. He's gonna generate more till he finds out. Okay. That's actually wild though. Okay, wait, what did we actually render though? Like, why did we not find this element? Because there's spaces. That's a bit brittle for a test, right? That's a bit brittle. So what if... a bit brittle for a test. Like, what if I render it slightly different? Like, what is in the color thing? Oh, I'm actually rendering with the space. I don't think we need that. This will fix the test, probably. Why is that not working? Oh, it still rendered it with a space. Interesting. That is quite interesting, actually. Okay. Oh, maybe it didn't save, because now it run it without the space. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Test still failed, though. Interestingly enough. So for die slot 1, which is this one, die slot 1, we want to see background color RGB 13753. But we have no thingy here. This is very brittle, right? This is very brittle. Like, if I was doing playwright test here, it would be so much easier, because I would just find the element, and then I would get the attribute, and then I would, like, maybe even, like, CSS, like, get the CSS property, and then the background color, and then I would, like, figure out that this would be sort of the same. But we're doing sort of string matching now, so let's just do it like this. It's gonna be a bit painful. Maybe we just need to convert this to playwright tests. Maybe this is a bit too much for testing on the Elixir end here, but let's also test the title though. So what we want the title to be, it should be look look skin dot selected dies dot enum ads. Die 1, die 2, die 3, die 4. Maybe die 1. It's a bit better to explain. So we expect die 2 dot. I mean, we know the name actually. We know the name of this die. So Just find the name of the dye, because we're hard coding it anyway. So this should be grapefruit, and then this should be 601. Wasn't it like dark chocolate or something? Dark chocolate. I don't think ANET is really changing those names either. So for dye 3, we want title and then dark chocolate. And then here we want grapefruit. And then for this one, we want no style again. Dark chocolates. Yeah, that makes sense actually, because the RGB value is different. I don't think they ever change the dye names. Yeah, exactly. Okay, this is good. The tests are a bit brittle, I have to be honest here. But I want to hard code the values in a way, because like when this assertion fails, it could be a variety of ways and it doesn't really easily tell you why, but I guess it is what it is. Okay, we have a test for this now. So that's good. And I think that's all we really needed. Oh, we have the open browser still in there. So that's good. We found that out. Okay, huge. Oh, we still have the little bug, right? Remove spaces from RGB attributes. Add data test IDs for rendering the skin. Add tests for showing the dyes. Okay, and then what else was left to do? We did find something. We found something with the back item. So we found out that the dye slot is rendering null here, and that is definitely not something that we want. So we need to look at the parsing here. So I think this should be... Oh, we actually wanted to change something anyways. So now that we have tests, we can actually easily do that. So if we go to a look and a look skin, we now do a look skin dye, which makes sense. And then the look skin dye has this... No. Selected dyes. The skin. Skin has dye slots. So this is the issue, right? So this should be an embeds menu with dye slots. With dye slots. And then dye slots should be map details. And then here we should probably get a get. Oh, actually, we can probably keep the dye slots here. Dye slots. And then we want many from API many, maybe? Where you give me dye slots. And then race. And then we have from API, which is one slot. So I think we can just rename this. So this is not embeds many anymore. This is now just this from API. Many. And then slot from API should be from API. Because there's still a bunch of things that it should do. From API. Because this is one slot, right? So that's why. Like, there is some logic here, so I think this makes sense, maybe. It's not the easiest to read API, but maybe this should be from look. From skin. From API skin. Because we're passing in a bunch of stuff, like the race, for example, and also whatever this in the die slots. And I don't want that all to live in the skin, so yeah. This is really nasty business logic, though. So yeah, I think this is fine. I think we'll work with this for now. Well, actually, if we keep the outside API the same, and then you just pass in the die slots, rename this file. And then if we keep this, I think this can still work. This then needs to be just regular this. And this just needs to be whatever we return. So I think this should be empty array. I think this is the bug that we had. So if we cannot get any of this, we should just do an empty array. And then from slots API, if we can do a slot, then this is fine. Yeah, I think this is fine. And then if we do here from API race, I think everything should still work. And we should probably write a test for this. But we can easily test it ourselves by running mix, sync, skin, IDs. And then let's just take one of the IDs that should be fixed. So let's do the plush RAM back piece. Let's see if this works. Boom, it failed. From API 2 is... yeah, this should be die slots. Sync skins. This is gonna fetch the GW2 API. It's gonna then parse it from, and then it's gonna try and put that in a database. And it timed out because the API is god awful. GW2 API. So let's see. Failed again. Sure, and now it passed. Okay, let's see what we get. Still null. So let's think about this for a second. We're in a skin. That's many die slots. Let's try it again, let's see what we get. So details for the whole thing are empty thing. All right, let's take a little look at the actual API. See how slow it is, guys? I don't know what the fuck they're doing with this API, but it's really getting worse and worse. Ever since the release of the new expansion, it's the performance is so dog. Okay, it's not in here. So there's no details. Yeah, so we should be getting here, right? Because like it's not gonna match on this, because this is an empty map. We're passing race. When default is a list, that's not the case. So what we're getting is this. So that's what we're getting. So then why is it not overriding? That is weird. Because this will give us empty. This will give us empty list. And then we pass die slots on here. So this is what we're actually going to be trying to save. Die slots empty. Ah, okay, it did update. It just, when I refreshed, it didn't actually run the query again. Okay. Yeah, that looks better. So let's just sync all the skins again now. That's gonna take a while. Select star from skins where die slots equals null. Yeah, so all of those 6,000 rows should all be fixed. We're running these requests in parallel, and this is gonna go on for a little while. We do 10 attempts with exponential backoff, so we'll see when this finishes. Good old Guildwars 2 API, by the way. Okay, so all of these should be fixed. Okay. That's big. And then we'll just get a new, okay. Let's see if our tests still pass, because I think we have some tests that are related to this. Yeah, exactly. Let's see, we're expecting this. Cannot load defaults, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, because all of them need to change, right? So all of the values in the database need to change before this can happen. So let's first sync the skins, then export the database, pull it back into the... Man, today the API is really bad. Like, this is normally not this bad. There's only 3 more requests that are still attempting though, so... And as you can see, there were a lot more. So we're trying again in 32 seconds. Maybe the exponential backoff is a bit too aggressive, because the majority of the time you don't have to wait like 32 seconds for this to be tried again, but it is what it is. Because we can't really bind anything to this at the moment. Is there any other tests? No, all of the tests are failing because of the database. This one maybe. Expected a map got this. In look skin here. Ah. Yes, so this is the other part that needs to change. So this should be just an array. Yeah. So that's now fixed too. And this just needs to be die slots. Code is gonna be a little bit more like understandable. Okay, that test is now passing. Still a warning. Variable skin is unused. Fair enough. Next formats. Alright, how are we doing on the script? 2 more! We're gonna be waiting 1 minute. 2 more requests. Oh god. It has never been this bad, by the way, so normally syncing the skins doesn't take this long, but the API is very bad today. It is not enjoying it very much. Okay. Move to flat die slots structure. Instead of having a die slots struct with a default key that contains all the die slots, we now just have a flat list. Maybe this is part of the same commit. And then this is just formats. How are we doing? Oh god, it still failed. What? Oh my goodness. Three attempts left. It's never gotten past like maybe like 3 attempts or something to get the skins out. This is crazy. It really doesn't like this. Let me just fetch the skins, brother. We could be a bit smarter about this because now it just waits for everything to come in. We're chunking it every 200, so we're getting 200 skins, 200 skins, 200 skins until we're at the end of the list. And then we start the process of inserting it. What we could also do is just sync chunks and also insert them in the database so that parts of the thing are already done. But yeah. All right, one more request that has 2 attempts left. Is this, if this fails, we're like, I need to run it all over again. Oh my goodness. What is happening with the API? So what is the default rec timeout? So like 10 seconds or something? 15 seconds. Defaults to 30 seconds. So the API did not respond in 30 seconds. Almost 10 times. And sure, we're firing off a lot of requests, you know? We even got a 500. What the fuck? What is happening? This is why we're caching this in our own database. This is just crazy. Absolutely crazy. I'm happy that retrying is built into Rec though. That is very cool. Rec is really cool. Very handy features. All right, where are we at? Where are we at? Are you gonna finish? Are you gonna make it? Is the real question, because I'm kind of deadlocked right now. Like in theory, I can do this by hand. I can just change the data from null to be empty, and then also the struct to the just a regular array. But oh man, oh man, oh man, this is just what we're gonna be having to deal with. Like this amount of MS. What is this? 2 seconds. So this is 1 minute, right? So this is four minutes. We're waiting 4 minutes to try again. That's what we're at right now. That is a pain. All right, in the meantime, let's take a look at what we should do. We need to be able, the next step is to actually be able to select dies. So you need to be able to click on a slot, get a modal, pick the die that you want, search through it, all that jazz. Pick the one that you want. But that's for the next pull request. I think testing wise we're good. Fix the parsing. This is what we're also doing, and then verify the tests. Come on! Come on, do it! You can do it! Make the request! Maybe it is doing it right now, and it's just timing out. Maybe I'm getting blacklisted. Maybe I am getting blacklisted. This is how I'm outputting the SQL file. So before I didn't really have this, but I have SQL files now for local development to import these skins. And actually it's also for production if you think about it. It's just inserting all of the Guild Wars 2 colors and all of the skins from a specific version and importing them into the database. And then I can update this from data from online. And this is going to be just in this is mostly just going to be for the initial bootstrapping of the app in production, for example, too. But also easier for local development, so you don't have to like pull the data from the API, because you can see how unreliable that is. Oh my god, it failed again. Oh my... oh god. Oh, it's gonna be 8 minutes. Oh, what a pain. This is so ridiculous. This is so ridiculous. You can see how slow it is. It's insanity. Oh. And I need this for the tests to work. Because I need to fill my database so I can output the SQL file so that it can be imported into the tests. Oh, is this the time where we just manually fix all the data? Is this the time? So what is in the SQL files? Let's take a little look. Is it actually showing up as null as a string? Should be somewhere at the bottom. Yes, it's showing null as a string. So in theory, I could like replace all here with empty array and then strip off the default part here. And at the end, it should be doable by hand. Because the API is not working with me today. I don't like that idea though. I do not like that idea. Well, let's write a script to do it, I guess. I suppose. Is that really what I want to do with my life? How fast can Zed do it so that I don't have to write a script? How fast would Zed be able to do this? If I do... Get me this. And I say, find me this. And then I say, replace. And then I say, this. That was really fast. And then I do this. And then I replace that. I just hope that it's only in this file though. Priv repo imports GW2 skins.sql. Did we finish? No. Okay. That is the only file. Okay. And now we say we want to replace this without this. Boom. Save. Okay. Oh, that was a lot faster than I thought it would be. Because, like, this is like 7,000 lines or something. 9,000 lines. Okay, now we need to look for null. Yes. And then we need to change that into this. Huge. Am I even gonna wait for this? Am I gonna wait for this to finish? I kind of am curious if it will finish eventually. I am very curious if it will finish. That would be interesting. Okay, we have updated this SQL file. Now if I do DB reset, it should finish. I kind of want to wait until this finishes. Okay, let's take a little look. What else do we need to do? We need to publicly show the dies, yes. We have them working in our manage pane. Display name of the person created the look. Yes. We need to add the display name anyways. Improve the UI for selecting common things. Improve the UI for selecting common things. What the fuck does that mean? What the fuck does that mean? Improve the UI for selecting common things. Oh my god, we're still waiting. How long ago was this? It's 10 minutes, pretty much. Image carousel. Adds view in wiki. That is a big one. Show skins and show dies. It shouldn't be too hard now, because we already kind of have that. It's not that big of a deal. That's not too crazy. I think draft is important. So we should have a published at. Published at. Or status. The indexing is gonna be hard though. I have to admit, the indexing is a bit difficult. The indexing is a bit difficult. I didn't think about this, but the indexing is a bit difficult because... Hear me out. If I want to search... If I want to search for looks with certain skins, it should not include drafts. But if I want to do pagination... then I cannot leave out results and do the draft filtering in the backends. So it needs to be done on this on the database. But I'm pretty sure, well, we have to measure, but I'm pretty sure it's gonna be hard to do this based on an index. But maybe it's already hard to do it based on an index with the search that we're trying to do. We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out. I have no idea how expensive those calls are gonna be. But maybe we'll need a searchable like virtual table or something where we can do all these expensive queries. Probably need to heavily cache it too. We'll see. We'll bridge that gap when we get there. We'll bridge that gap when we get there. Right now, as for the current things, it is a nice to have to search. Ah, it failed! The fucker timed out after 10 attempts. That's crazy. On the last request. That is wild. Okay, let's mix ecto reset. Did not fail. It still said it was... Wait, this is not... Huh? Oh, wait, no, wait, this is the old database. Right. Should be here. I was like, huh? I'm still seeing the same shit, but this is the new database. So now we should not have any skins where die slots equals null. Yes. But we still have them with empty array. Yes. Ginormous. So if we now mix env equals test, mix ecto resets drop, mix test. Yeah, this makes sense because I think this test is specifically for this situation. Perspective map got this in 10. Assert look skin dies is equal to default. Ah. Somebody's smoking weed. I can smell it. I think they do that like below this apartment building or something, and then... Okay. Update the change update SQL file to with die slots flat list. Update assert to not to flat list. Okay, I think that's it. I think mix formats maybe just a final precaution, mix test. I think that's it. Do a little final code review, even though I've already done that the other day. Yeah, the override thing is very ugly, but it's encapsulated in this from API part, so the real business logic should never really be handling with this. This is very ugly. Like if I'm working with a look skin and I have to do .selected dies, it's not really that either. It's like, it's the die slots with the values. So you could say it's dies. It's called dies. But the problem is, the relation is also called dies. So that's why I'm not entirely sure. Like, I don't know how you handle these situations where the mapping in the database is using this, but this is not enough information. So you need like a virtual field that sort of combines the two together. So I think at some point we might want to just like make this colors maybe, or maybe you can flag this as like private in some way, because in reality this is what I want the developers to use. But if they do look skin dot and they see dies, this is what you would think that you would need. But this is the value that is sort of public. This is more like internal database relations. So I'm not entirely sure. Like, I couldn't find a proper name. Let's just probably something to rename down the line or to refactor, because this is very this name is very confusing. If anybody in the chat or later on YouTube knows, just write it in the comments or something, because this is an internal struggle, you know? It's like, how do you model this so that this is your database, but what you really want is like this other object that only contains the stuff that you want to actual model, you know? Because the look skin has dyes. So you could also say dye slots, maybe. Maybe dye slots is better. And then with the color value with it or something like that. I don't know. Yeah. So this as a reminder for future me. Yeah, we now have skins now have a specific race potentially attached to it. I don't know if we want to put an index on that. Let's find that out later. For those of you that are wondering, that are unsure about what this means, some skins are restricted to a specific race. So there in Guild Wars, there are these things called cultural armor, which is if you're playing as a human, this is armor that can only be worn by human. Or if you're playing as a char, you have cultural armor that is only wearable by char. So I added this specific database field that is for the race. This is also what they use in the API and also across the game. So yeah. Making sure that we have all the associations. We now render the skin. We update the SQL file. We went from like having the timestamp in it to just a flat file, so it's easier to update and you can actually see the diff. This is just a fix in the seeds. This is just a very quick unit test. Yeah, maybe this should be abstracted, but that is refactor work that can be done very easily now. In some situations, this random file name would actually exist on Imager. So we just append prepend foo to the path, so it will never match. Dye slots work? Yeah, dye slots can work, but if you're touching a look skin and you have dye slots and dyes, like which one are you supposed to use? I think dye slots would be better. This is actually not used, but it is nice that it is there, so I'll just keep it. Yeah, maybe that is something that we should do. You might be right, Vix. Maybe this is dye slots. This does make sense, because we're taking it from the skin dye slots as well. Dye slots with colors. I'm always right. Okay, now we need to find the places where we had selected dyes. Yeah, I think that's better. I'm always right because I'm a girl. Okay, okay, dude. Rename selected dies to die slots. Nice, I'm happy with that. All right, big progress. Big progress is in not really, but we wrapped up this pull request, so that's all that matters. Adds dies to the database and renders them out into on the manage look show page. Okay. We renamed it to die slots, which probably is clear enough. It's skin die slots plus the look skin dies. Nice. Boom! Dies are now in the mix. Right, now we have the second bit, which is... Now it is the form. We're back on the form, guys. On the form... What happened here? What happened here? What happened here? What happened here? It's giving me, it's loading this. Is there still something that has this in the database? Oh god, I just merged, man. Oh, time for a hotfix, I guess. Die slots. Oh, we have this query here. What is up? We still have default anywhere. Select from skins where die slots like star default star. No. Oh, I know why. I know why. I deleted this the SQLite database, but the server was still referencing the database that is probably in the bin. So if we restart, we should be fine now. Classic SQLite mistake. Bada bing, bada boom. Classic SQLite. All right, here we are. Now we have that. So what we need to do now is we need to create some sort of die picker. Because dies at the moment are not part of the UI, except that they are here, but you know, they don't, you know, you're not allowed to click on them yet. So let's select the skin. Either visor. We go either visor, and then you need to be able to click the slots. So the either visor should change the slots that are rendered. So let's start with that. Update die slots when changing skin. So that should be pretty easy, I think. So in the skin input, we render this dye channel here. But what this should realistically be is a button type button class equals BG neutral. And then we need to do that for the amount of skin slots that there are. And I think that should be pretty easy because we've already kind of sort of done that trick. So we have dye slots index is skin.dye-slots enum.width-index. And then I do data test ID dye slots index. What the fuck? Where the fuck does this come from? No, I want an empty button. Okay, I want an empty button. And then, actually, I could add some text to this. Span class is screen reader only. Edit dye slot index +1. Okay. Where are we at? Expected map got this. Why are you expecting a map? Why are you expecting a map, brother? Tell me. Why are you expecting a map? Skin dye slots. Dye slots, skin embeds many dye slots. What are you cooking, brother? What are you cooking? Are we even getting there? DBG skin.dye slots. Boom. Render me, brother. Render me. Or are we getting a compile error? This is a runtime error. Ah, this makes sense. This makes a lot of sense. If wait, this is a bit fucky wucky. We need to move this out. Otherwise it's gonna be a bit shitty. If skin do that makes a lot of sense. Am I right, fellas? Because if we don't have a skin, how the fuck am I gonna render the dye channels? So that makes a lot of sense. And then what we were doing in the view here was, if not, then just render this. So let's just do that as well. So that at least we have this like double dip in here. But we can, in theory, we can do a little bit of, like, we can make it a little bit look pretty, you know? Like what we had earlier. Just like do a little bit of this so that it's very clear that very clear that we're rendering like something here. Okay, now we're gonna select a skin and then it rendered this. And then if we pick a coat, that is not good. Why is that? I don't think this code only has one die channel. Ah, it is rendering. It is rendering. Okay, so we need to go to the dies.css. So what is the issue here? Has only child if the two items then span. So something. We just not do that with buttons. This is the grid. Tailwind playground. So let's just pull this shit in, right? Bada bing, bada boom. What we have essentially is exactly this. Okay, this is what we have. So if I make this should still work. So what are we doing? I have a feeling that there is some conflicting styles with fucking Daisy UI. But I don't see them, so I don't... It could be that I'm completely wrong here. We're rendering 4 slots here. Background neutral. Okay, so it's not that. So it's the last element that is full size. Why? Is it because of the content inside? Wait, let's try that out. Span. That seems to be an issue, guys. That seems to be the issue. The span inside of the button is causing the button to fill. Which is interesting, because I make this... That is interesting. It's not related to SR only either. It's just the fact that there is something in the button? No. What? Is it something, is it like we cannot have them? Should we say that they should never be allowed to grow? Like if I do... If I say any child needs to like... What is it? Flex grow? Grid flex grow? Bum bum ba dum ba dum bum 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 ba dum bum ba dum bum bum bum. I thought flex also applied on grid. Min width auto, min width, min height auto. You can override this behavior min setting grid items to min width 0. You think that will work? Oh, we can add it to the CSS here as well. I think that would actually fix it, I think. I have a feeling. How? What? Somebody explain to me. What? This has to be something crazy silly. This has to be something crazy silly that I just don't see. When I put a span in a button, what about anything else? So it's any element. But if I put hello in here, then no. Span inside button. Must only contain phrasing content. Phrasing content is defined as including span but not div. Span is valid, div is not. Span. Span. That is crazy. That is so wild. This is like completely new to me, I gotta be honest here. Because it's not even just any content. It's like, it's only when I put an actual element in. Because if I put text in, it's completely fine. That is interesting. It's not related to this either, so I can just move this out. I don't see the text though, which is also interesting. So if I put it, that's so, what the fuck? What is with this? Is this our CSS related? No, because we're only targeting the direct child. Only child. NTH child. We're not talking about descendant of descendant. We're talking has the grid view, and then anything that is this direct descendant of digrid, which should never be the span. Only child. But it isn't only child. Why is it only child? Why is it only child? Why is it only child? What? Grid has only child. When the... Oh! Anything direct descendant of grid will be full send if it has only child. And it... What? Only one child in parent. P has BR first child, last child. Bonus has only child. Has only works for queries later. Chaining different selectors. Is the first direct child, is the last child... I mean, we can do that too. It's just less pretty though. I mean, I think this might still be useful. And then if we do... First child. Last child. Does that work? I think it does, right? So when the direct descendant of digrid is the first child and the last child. So let's see, does this still work? That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. Call it magic, you know? Like, call it magic. What the actual fuck? The direct descendant is the first and the last child. That means he's the only child, right? So this should work, I suppose. That's 4. That's 3. That's 4. Excellent. And it's all buttons. Yep. So if we put... That's crazy, man. Cursor, pointer. Oh. Huge. Okay. I mean, I think we can also do without this rule, but fix issue where nested only child selector, fix issue with one item styles wrongly applied. When a nested child would have an only child selector active, the parent would also be. The parent would apply the one item styles to all their children. Instead, we should check for each child if they are the first child or and last child to determine whether they can span the whole size. That's wild. Let's see, the spanning here, the text here, we need to fix this. I mean, I can just do this. Let's see what this text says. Edit die slot 1. That's good. So for screen readers, we would now have this available. And we should be able to tab to it as well. So that's big. Okay, that's good. Render die slots according to the selected skin. Okay, now we need to render a modal, die selector modal. I think we can make this a reusable component, but for now this is just gonna live here. Okay. So what we pass here are the I guess just the die slots. Slots? Die slots? What do we call this thing? Oh, it's just a map. There's no type. Okay, we pass a die slot. And then we need a form die. What we're actually doing is a look skin die, right? So, look skin die. But what are we doing for the attachment? Past the index, I think. Form attachment. Okay. Yeah, so let's just keep that the same. Form look skin die. Form look skin die. It's a bit ugly, but okay, what do we need to store? We need only the skin, the color ID, and then the position. And then we have form look skin die. This is really ugly. From look skin die. ID, look skin ID, color ID. And position. Color ID you can pass in. Position is derived, and then color ID. Okay, validate required. Maybe it's overkill to make a whole thing for this, but with the chain set, this should be this. Validate. Die params. Just call it that. There's still some bugs with this too, but we'll get there. Not that happy with this code, but it's it is what it is. Okay, so blah 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 on save. I think we need to get all the colors here. So when this component renders, we need to get all the colors from the database. So we should do that here, I guess. Phoenix live components. Mount updates. So there is a mount. Yeah, because realistically we only have to call this once. Is there a mount? I thought there was some difference between this one and the other one, but... we need to... For now, I'm just keep adding it to the looks context, and maybe later on we need to pull this out or move it somewhere else. This skin's grouped. List colors. I think, do we need to group this by... How do we group this? I think maybe we need, for the color, we need to break this out. There's like a couple categories, right? There's like... There's 3 parts here. Where's 2 guys? I think there's like... It's like groups or something. Yeah, here. By material, by set, or by color. What do they call this? Sort? Material? Dun 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 dun. Color. This is an array of strings. So let's just do def get category. Module categories, and that is like empty string. Then how do we even render this? Because we could definitely do it like this. But we need the names too. So there is no category when you have no categories, which would be removing the die. Enum at categories. So if we're doing by material, then you get the second one. If we're doing by sorting by color, is that the other sorting? By color, then we take the first element and then... Oh wait, we can do this better actually. We can do... Does this work? I think this works. Color is the first one. Pattern matching, baby! And if it's the other one... Well, actually, we always know that there's 3 things, so we could also just do this. So maybe it makes it even more clear. And then the other one is by set. Common dyes this, and then material is vibrant dyes, and then color is just, yeah. I remember you sorting in game. Is that what they call it? Do you have a screenshot, perchance? I think it's the ones that are set here by the wiki, right? By material, by set, and by color. And by color is just you, I guess. And I think the default is by set, right? I will take a screenshot. Okay. And what if you don't pass? Sort. So if you don't pass a sort, then you're getting the color. Set this by default? Okay, yeah, sorry, that's what I meant. Send it in DMs. Awesome, thanks. That's perfect. So they call it hue instead of color. Okay. So I think we should stick to that then. Interesting. By you. Fair enough. Okay, this is repo.all. We just get all of them. And then we group it ourselves depending on the grouping that we want. And then we just do enum.group by color dot category color. Now, I don't know how they do the sorting though. I guess just the way that we arrive it. It's a bit difficult to know the sorting that they do. Maybe there is no sorting. So if I look at the colors here, I see like green here, for example. But there's also green here. So I feel like, and here I see some red, and here I see some red. So I think these are just added later, right? So it's just by ID. So it's like group by this and then sort by ID, kind of. So we can just linearly go over this. We can do a little bit of an order by ID just in case. Okay, let's write a little test for this. Just so that I know that it's working. Test. List colors to... Well, let's list color 1. Should sort by set. Okay, looks dot list colors, and then assert. We just dbg this, and then we say tag only. Okay. Undefined variable material. Oh, that makes sense, because it's supposed to be set. Copy pasta. Patterns are not allowed in function head. Only variables and default arguments. Oh, yeah, that makes sense, actually. Oops. This is supposed to be color. Okay, what do we get here? We get the group nil. and then common. Yeah. So I think we can, the test could just be assert nil contains nil dies. And common dies, rare, legendary. I don't know what all of the dies are. So let's just do this. See what we get. Uncommon starter exclusive. We want this to remain sorted though. Right? Because if we're sorting by set, we still want the list. So I think what we should do, we can group by, and then what we get is a map. And then what we want is a map. We need to iterate over and then map over the group. So what we want is the category and then the colors and then but this is for all the different types though. So how do we know the sort order for every type? Because a map is not Elixir map sorting. You can't with a map. Maps are not ordered. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. Wait, is there a solution? That's what he says. Perhaps Erlang's ordered set can come in handy. Set, map set. Map set. Function that works on sets. The sets that are unique elements of any kind without any particular order. Okay. Yeah, so only Erlang has it. Talking about dies, die kits are on sale, but still the newest die isn't in store again. Oh, rip. Don't forget to eat. Yeah, that's true. I should. I think how we'll end today is being able to click the thing and seeing the dice. That's it. We're not gonna actually do the thing yet. That's just what I want. I don't even know if I can save dice yet properly. We could first map it and then resort it, but I need the sorting algorithm. We could add the sorting algorithm to a color maybe, and then sort it per sorting. Because I assume that we want to start with starter, right? Starter, uncommon, like common, uncommon, and then rare, right? So I think that is important. So I think what we can do is we can just do category and then colors. We can start with this and then do an enum sort by and then color dot sort color dot sort, and then you receive the map, or sorry, the list, and then the sorting. Yes. And then we go into color, and then we do sort, and then we take the list by tuple list, and then what we get is the sorting, and then depending on the set we want to do a sort on fixed order sort. I hate sorting. Sorting per category. How do I Google this? What's up, Bouffier? What you working on? I'm working on the GW2Styles app. It's basically an app that you can show off your GW2 looks, basically. That's the idea. That's the plan. In Elixir too? Yeah, in Elixir too. How do I do this? How do I do this? This is not actually what we're receiving though. What we're receiving is... What are we receiving? Isn't it A and B? Sort by. Enumerable mapper sorter. Some kind of monster, byte size. Sorting multiple by the first result, then by the first letter. This takes advantage of the fact that tuples are compared element by element. This is the list of tuples. The mapper is what is sort then? Sort is just a function, and then sort by is a map and a sort. Yes. Oh, sort by, you can basically just say I want to select this specific field and then I'm gonna run sort. So yeah, okay, that makes sense. So what do we want to sort by? We want to sort by the... We can do sort by, and then we need the mapper. The mapper is just... I don't know how to do these shorthands, but category is the mapper. I don't know how to do this like with the fancy like syntax, but I think with sort we're gonna get... What is the sorter? The sorter is element boolean. Element boolean. Or ask, or desk, or module, or ask desk module. Boolean. This is bigger than this. Is category 1 above the other? We can do that. If we okay, I think we got this. We pass 1 and 2 and then the sorting type in there. And then we do A and B. This would be category A, category B. And then if we have for the set, we just have a bunch of I don't like that the categories are strings. Set order. Common. I think it's starter. Starter. It's nil. Starter. Uncommon. Okay, wait, we can just take a look at here. Starter or common uncommon. Common uncommon. And then rare. Okay, and then what we do is enum.findIndex. Exclusive too? Oh, there is exclusive, yeah. You're right. I guess exclusive is underneath. I hate that these are strings, but... What is this? I hate when it does that. This is... Okay. Greater equal greater. Or smaller then. What the fuck does this do? What the fuck is that, dude? Is it doing the little wiggle? No, right? No. What the fuck is it doing here? Fucking AI auto-completion going crazy. But, you know, I'm gonna try it. I just want to see what the fuck happens. So what we're getting is a list. Right? We expect a list. And what we expect is we expect nil. Well, actually, we expect exactly this order. Melting my brain too. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck I just saw, but... Okay, we're expecting... like, all of these elements, and then this. This is what we're asserting. Yeah. Undisclosed delimiter. Unexpected token, that's... okay. This closes here, this closes here. Also, this should be 2. It says is not valid. Even Twitch formats it? I don't see that actually. But yeah, I think there's a setting you can do that it like tries to like, do that little confirm like converting shit. I never like that. Like just show me how it is, you know? Like don't do fucking crazy shit. Let's just simplify. Consider that we're sort of mapping already anyways. A, B. And maybe we do a little bit of this. A, B. What do we got? Yeah, like what the fuck was the AI cooking here, dude? Okay, we are working. This always breaks my brain. This is why I'm testing. Is it this way or is it the other way around? Starter, uncommon, rare. Exclusive. So exclusive is in the correct spot. Starter starts with the S. C is in here. But then E shouldn't be there. What did we get? Nil, common, exclusive. So this is alphabetically ordered, right? So the sorting did not do anything. Find index. Index, category A index. Oh, let's do it. Oh my god, holy shit, wait a minute. This isn't another language as well. Category A index. Enum index, Elixir. Special font literatures. Is that what they call it? I hate that. Find index. 0 based. I want index. Is there a different way of getting the index? Like. Category A. This is category A. Wait, am I passing the correct thing? A is actually wait. No. This is why. This is why. Okay, this is why. Maybe? Ah, everything is wrong because this is what I was talking about. I don't know which one of the two it is, man. Like don't ask me. Okay. Category A. Category A is smaller or equal to index of category B. So if A is starter and B is rare, then if A is starter and B is rare, then A index is this. And so I guess what sorting does is am I going in front of you? So then it would be is category B greater index than the previous one, which is common, then it would be yes, so I'm going in front of you, I suppose. Let's hope that that is what it is. Okay, that is one of them. So now we've handled one of them. Sort order for set. Okay. Okay. Should sort. Okay, that is that. Cool. We do the same, but now we pass set, I think, in it. And then we do by U. And then we have by, what's the other one? Material. And now we just run it and then it will blow up. Error in test of foul, already defined. Should order test list colors by set. Oh, material. Oh, we're missing the test only, tag only. Boom. What? Did I not save? Ah, there you go. No matching function class. That is exactly what we expected. So let's go. I think this is the last thing I'll do. So let's just make the tests work. So for you sorting, we need to see what we get. Me sorting? You. Let's make sure it doesn't crash. So what is this? Common. Why is it sorted by, why is it color category? Oh. Ah. There you go. I was like, wait, why is it sorting the same thing every time? There we go. Can somebody screenshot me what the sorting looks like for you and the other one? Material. Like, what is the order? Otherwise I can boot up the game myself though. I don't know if Vix is here. If Vix can help me out. Otherwise, I'll just boot up the game. So I'm at no help. No worries, no worries. Maybe I can find a screenshot though. Gilbert's 2 dies. Sorting. I'll boot it up. Thanks, Vix. It looks like... Is this by... Blue should be the first one, right? It's the B. Just here, chat delay. Ah, okay, my bad. Does the wiki tell me? Maybe the wiki, the way the wiki has it here is the correct one. Gray, brown, red, orange. I think that does make sense. Gray, brown, red, orange, yellow, green, blue. No. Wasn't blue in the second one? That is how it is in the game? The one that's listed here? Is it the same for material too? I don't know anybody that does this by material, by the way. Is rainbow a rainbow order? I don't know the rainbow order. Gotta be honest. Okay, we can list that. I like that the autocomplete is like thinking really hard. Like, oh, it is kind of cooking. Although on the screenshot I saw purple before blue, right? Or am I crazy? Maybe I was wrong. Why is there a Bob Ross here? That's base. Rare. I see everybody on this thing, you know? Ooh, what I can do? Wait, that is actually kind of sick. I kind of... If you select one die, we should... If you select one die, we should show that at the top. Because it's very likely that if you're creating a look, that further down the line, you will also use the same colors. Vibrant, natural metallic. Okay. So is that correct as well? Vibrant, natural leather, natural metallic. Gray, brown, red, orange, yellow, green, blue. Purple. All right, thanks, Vix. That's perfect. No idea what the key is gonna be for this. Metal, leather. Oh. Okay, so basically, it's the same method. We're doing the same, but just a different list. So... Ah, that's fine. Huge. Okay. Let's actually, we need to write the test. Why is this one white? What happened here? What the fuck? Error before metal. Color 27. Check. What's the problem, sir? Nil is at the bottom. Right. Should I handle this instead of nil? Maybe I should do like... I don't know. What should I call the first one? I think this should be not... Uncategorized. Maybe? The thing is I'm probably not even gonna show this, right? Because this is like just to delete the die. It's to unset the die. So what are we getting here? We're returning a list, right? This is the category. And then we're mapping. We can say we flat map it. And then we just pattern match. And then we just say wait, maybe Vix wants to answer this one. Vix, if you were to select a die, huh? If you were to select a die and you want the default die color to be there, right? Let's say you have a code that has 4 slots, you only select 2 of them. I guess you just don't select a die, right? If it's using the default color, you just don't select a die, right? It's gonna be that weird brown color, but I think for me, I think that's what Guild Wars 2 efficiency does. I'm pretty sure. Oh, I'm not logged in. really stupid for using default colors to begin with. Okay. Okay, I mean, fair enough, but maybe you really like the default color, okay? Maybe it gives some cool tone to a certain skin, I don't know. What if we don't do flat map here and we just assume it's always gonna be there? Thoughts? Wait, we can actually just immediately make this simple, by the way. What am I even mapping? Oh, I'm mapping because it's... I'm mapping because it is a map instead of a list. So what if I do map to list? Maybe that's a bit more clear what I'm doing. And then we do the color sort. If you don't want to use it, we'll just use the dye remover, which is just the ugly dirt color. Yeah, but I mean, what I mean is like in the UI, right? If you build your look, I suppose you just don't pick the color, right? Like if you have 4 slots, you just only click the ones that you've actually put a dye slot in, right? Like, do I need to, if I list shit, do I need to allow you to select the dye removal color? Because that is a color. Like, I would say we just not include this. We just don't show this color because, like, what are you gonna do with it? You know? That's what I'm thinking. What's up, Flunder TV? That's what I'm thinking. So I'm thinking we just don't show dye removal color. Because, yeah, don't include it. No one uses it. Okay, it's not even worth thinking about it, I guess. Okay, let's remove it from the test. We will not have a no category anymore. But we will need to remove it from here then. Where? We just skip color 1. That's how it is. There you go. Which is, don't include dye removal. Someone has the effort to post their look. I'm very sure they put in more effort than selecting the proper dyes. Yes. I'm thinking though, I'm actually thinking if we import people through the API, then they will probably have dye removal in there as a color. But that's okay, I think, because we still render it, I think. Maybe when we're saving, we need to make sure that we don't include that, but it's okay. People can pick it. People will pick it. Okay, this is good. Now, all we need to do is just render the things, and then I've done what I needed to do. Let's format this. Adds dye, adds ability to list colors. list all colors. It's actually, wait, this is not sorting. This is not sorting, this is grouping. Holy shit, I broke it. I think I didn't broke it. Oh, Neil is still here. Oops. Oh, we also have these tags still here. Whoopsie. Oh, we can remove this from the color now as well here. I don't like those string names, but fuck it, dude. Fuck it. Because they are actually enums in a way. Because later on, you can see that these are not the strings that are rendered. Like you can see common dies, uncommon dies, rare dies, starter. So like, I cannot just render this in the UI. But I probably will, because I'm lazy. But yeah. Okay. What did we do here? Oh, this is just formatting. Okay. Add ability to list all colors. Boom. The list and group all colors. Okay. All right, now we just render it out. Let's do it. This is select die. If we open a modal every time, that is kind of shit, isn't it? I don't know, is it shit? I'm not sure. Caller ID. Well, let's just not even render the input field. Because what we really need is just the state of what you've selected. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna be rendering. All this shit is gonna be gone. Goodbye. Div. Div. Here we go. 4. Okay, wait, we need to mount this shit. Looks dots. List colors. Colors. Where are the assigns? Mount. LiveView components. LiveView component mount. Wait, you cannot set assigns on mount? First added to the page. Mount receives a socket as an argument. Note that this is not the same socket as the struct in a parent LiveView. This contains the parent LiveViews. It does not contain the parent's LiveViews assigns, and updating it won't affect the parent LiveViews socket. Then update 2 invokes with all of the assigns passed to the live component. Then assigns received as the first argument to update 2 will only include those assigns given to live component and not anything pre-existing. Oh, wait. I know what to do. You can do assigns new. Yeah. Assign new. So this can be gone. Assign new. And then colors. FN. List colors. End. Bada bing. Bada boom. Sure. Override it. Fuck the world. Let's go. Okay, now we have access to colors. We want to... for color... what are we getting here? We're getting label colors in... This is a bit confusing because the thing is also called colors. Whatever the fuck this is, let's do it. Let's do it, brother. Okay, now we get colors. We can make a little grid, actually. So we can do a little bit of a class grids. How many things are we rendering here? Actually, we can just do a flex, I think. And then flex wrap, gap 2. Because I think if we do a flex, we can do the wrapping automatically. Because we don't really care how many columns there are. And then for each color, we do style. We render a button. Because we want to be able to click on it. Okay, it's like pooping out all kinds of shit here. And select color. Kind of like that, actually. So let's just keep that in. Color ID. Yeah, that is kind of what we want. We're not going to handle it, though. And then what we really want to do is do a little bit of this magic. And then we want to do color dot. We need to import like alias color. And then color dot CSS RGB. Color dot RGB. Are we good? Okay, now we need to click on it, though. We need to actually render the business. Where's my modal? Oh, God. We're selecting a specific look or specific look, skin, color. It's okay though. We'll figure it out. This is because we need to know the slot. We need to know the slot that it belongs to. But there's no ID yet. Just think about it. This is just a slot. There's no ID. Because, yeah. We know the skin though. But you can select the same skin twice. Well, fuck it. I'm just gonna do index 1. I don't care. And I'm not gonna form look skin die. Edit die look skin. Form attachments unavailable. Ah, yeah. Look skin dye is undefined. I'm right here, brother. I hate this name though. Starter, not safe. Got value. Wait, what are we rendering? Label. Got value this. Wait, how? What? Wait, what? I thought we were deconstructing it here. For label colors. What is colors? Dun, 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 dun. Find matching. Okay, what is it called then? CSS RGB. Isn't that what I said? Looks color. Oh. Whoa! Hold up. Hold up. I do like autocomplete did kind of cook here. I gotta admit, it did kind of cook here. Holy, it's working. You ever doubted me? Are you telling me you doubted me? What a beauty. We did it, guys. We absolutely did it. Okay. Border, maybe outline. Hover outline 2. I don't know how I'm gonna render this yet. Like, it's a lot of colors. Okay, so what if... Okay, wait, let me cook. Watch me cook. Watch me cook. Okay, we can't really cook too hard because there are some preferences here. This might need to be saved in a cookie in order to like persist this, but because I'm not gonna store it in the database. But you need to be able to pick the ones that you want, right? Let me cook. Let me cook and then I'm done, okay? Let me cook and then I'm done. We need those like button groups. Like this, okay? We need a button group like this at the top here. Okay. These are really big. Surely I can just pick the size or some shit. Where's my boy Button? Okay. What I want is what are the sorting things that we had? I just want to, this is just going to be the final thing to do, you know? It's just for the fun of it. The grouping, color. Oh, this is not order. It's supposed to be grouping. No, this is order actually, because it's the sorting. U material and set. Set U material. Okay. Button active. I have no idea if that's a thing. Oh, it is. No, it isn't. Is it? I think it is. It's just very hard to see. Alright. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on a second. It's really hard to see. Okay. All of them are fucking crazy. Outline? What about outline? Ugh. The active one is really ugly. My G key is sometimes just not working, still. I think Ghost might be the default, no. Soft? I don't know what soft is. So many styles, man. Alright, that works. Okay. So, when you click on any of these buttons... Set grouping. JS.push. This is just for me to remember exactly like what I should do, okay? Dispatch. Push, JS push, that's what I need. Set grouping. I think this is better if... No, it's fine. We can actually just make this value, probably. Push commands, target value. Oh, so it needs to be value. Okay. Target myself. This is you set material. Okay, watch me cook, watch me cook, watch me cook. Def handle event. Set grouping. Value. Grouping value. Assign new. Grouping set by default. Default value, default value. Grouping. Okay, okay, okay. What do you do again? Like, there was something with like class list heeks. If do, yeah. If do okay. Argument error. Value expected to be a map got set. Push value expected. Phoenix click. JS push. Click. Clicked. Let me cook, let me cook. Oh, push value to be a map. Okay. But got set. Can only be a map. Okay. I'd leave it. It's fine. What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Handle event set grouping. Okay, but why am I not seeing this? Okay. Debug assigns dot grouping. Show me the value, brother. Set. You. Oh. Of course. Well, in that case, let's just make it a string. We fuck the world, right? Oh, actually, no. Okay. Okay. Just wait, just wait. I'm gonna make this very ugly, but... What the fuck is the auto-completing, bro? Watch me cook, watch me cook. Okay, 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 hold. That's big. We can now select, and it's changing the grouping. Okay. Okay, watch. Watch me. Okay, so actually what we need to do... We need to split this up. Because this grouping needs to change, but the data doesn't need to change. So this data needs to go in here. Oops. And then the grouping needs to go in here. Okay, hold. I'm way too excited for this for no reason. Okay. Okay. This is a bit weird now, though. Can I do assigns? Oh, we need that too, actually. So it's probably not too bad. Assign new. So what we need is we need to fetch the look, the colors, then group them at runtime, right? Depending on the value. LiveView. Only when the key does not exist, assigns it at runtime. I just want to see the docs for it. Why can I not find the docs? Socket or assigns? This is a bit annoying because I need the colors in order to format them. But I don't want to do a query every time I re-render. You can reuse the current user assigned in your live view during initial render. Wait, isn't that just what I wanted to do in the first place? Like, only get this once, so I know it's there. And then here we know it's there. So now we can do... is this what's coming in? You can reuse the current user assigned in your live view during initial render. Yeah, so a plug already sets this information and then I can just reuse it. Well, let's take a little look what the assigns looks like now. Compiler, invalid variable grouping. Looks. Assign new. Socket or assigns. Assign the given key with a value as socket or assigns doesn't know yet. Socket key. Function. Oh, it just needs to be a function. Grouping not be found, could not be found in... Is assigns overriding all of the assigns? No, right? Assigns is this. And the socket is... Hello, Brandon Society, welcome in. This is now set. Am I even called? Oh wait, I need to implement true, is that it? I thought it was just... Maybe this isn't called on a component. Update, update, update. Is mount not called on a component? Update, updates, yeah. Weird. Okay. Okay. Sign async. I'm still waking up, so might not be totally right. It's alright. How are you doing? Sign sharing is performed when possible, but not guaranteed. Therefore, you must ensure the result of the function is the same as the value fetched from the parent. Otherwise, consider values. Whiskerwood. What is Whiskerwood? Man, I have a little bit of an issue. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. I guess you can't really react to it just the way the React does it. I think you have to explicitly set the new list. I think that's how it is. So when we're changing the grouping, we should also change... Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. I think that's the weird bit that I just didn't know. But I think what I should do now is I should do colors and then we can remove this split here. No, actually we can keep it. I think I've read this somewhere. Oh, wait. No, this cannot actually. This is like colors. Can you privately assign like these assigns to the socket connection? Can I do like this? That's kind of fucked. All right, but my issue is basically, it's a bit. It's a bit nonsensical in a way. But I'll show you in a bit. It's a bit overkill. I could also just fetch the data again, but I'm just like out of like learning experience. I just kind of want to understand. What's the issue here? Colors not found in. I wish this function was called with the current assigns, but maybe it is there. Oh, it is called with assigns if needed. Never mind, it's not. Is function 1 socket case assigns key. Why is it showing here then? What am I doing wrong? Sockets, selected color, nil. Oh yeah, this is still here. Whoops. So it is working, but a little whoopsie whoopsie. There we go. There must be a cleaner way of doing this for sure. Has to be. Okay, let me explain to you what the issue is. So I want to only fetch the data once, because the colors is not going to change. So I'm doing an assign new, and then I guess we can call this maybe data. And then we set another property called colors, which is the actual colors that are grouped, like the actual ones that we're going to render, which is using the underlying data, because when we're changing the grouping, we don't want to refetch the data, right? So since the way LiveView works is that it, like, you cannot just compute it. Like, you need to set the property on it. I cannot just say, take the data and then at compute time do this little like magic. I think what they want you to do is to just set a property with the computed value. And then when we change the grouping, we need to then compute it again. Like, we need to do this. I cannot just define this. Like, what we would do in React is we would do it here, right? We would just take like assigns.colors, and then we do like this, you know? That would be colors. That's what we do in React, because like what is coming in is then computed at runtime, and if it's too slow, then you sort of do something else. Then you might compute the property and then set it. But in the majority of the cases, like just like doing it again is fine. If you try providing the data on the parent directly when invoking the live component, I could do that too. Yeah. But I feel like this is a reusable enough thing that the data... Yeah, I don't know. In theory, that could be better. Because then we could like now it's like every time I open like one of those things, right? It would fetch every time you open. So you could make it the responsibility of the parent, but it also makes for a little bit uglier API, right? Like you just want to render this thing and it knows where to get the data that it needs. Anyhow, it's working. Look, boom, boom, boom. We can change the... This was just a little live view. Like, a little live view, do we understand how this works sort of thing. And I think you can abstract this away too. I think you can move this to a variable. I mean, you could make this something too, but... Oh, sorry, not a variable, but a function. But yeah, look at that. And now we crash because this function is not implemented. Whatever it's trying to do. Handle events. Handle events for select color. Where on the website will you be placing the ads? Alright. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna render this yet. We need a search bar too. Because we need to be able to search by name. So we definitely need... This definitely needs to be computed, right? You pass in the list of colors. And then you need to search within the window by name. While still having it grouped, I think. Like, I don't know what... Can you search in the Guild Wars UI? No, right? No. You can't. You can only just, like, try shit. Which makes sense. I mean, nobody's gonna try and make a look with a predefined color name. That would be crazy. But if you're making it look, that makes sense. So we need a search bar. And then I'm thinking, like, if you search for something, do you still want to have the groups? I think you might, right? So it would be grouping. You would be searching, then grouping, I think. So first you start with the group, and then you just search for everything. And then as soon as you start typing, you start filtering the list. And grouping and searching. So you'll be searching, making the list smaller, and then grouping. And there's not that many colors. So it's 600 colors. So we can easily search in memory. We don't have to let it be done in a database or something. We don't need separate indexes. We can just search. We can do search by literally like starting with. We don't have to do like fuzzy search, I think. Do we need fuzzy search? Like if the dye is called chocolate or something. If I search for glory, would I be needing to find it? I mean, I can do it contains. I can do like includes, string includes, blah. Should be fine. But yeah, good progress, guys. Good progress. Good progress. String.jaro. What is string.jaro? Jaro. Wait, I didn't know this existed. Oh, Elixir itself uses this function to provide did you mean functionality. Oh. When I was trying to implement search for the skins, because at first I wanted to do the skin search within LiveView, like here. But then I realized, like, no, I kind of don't want to do that. And so I was looking for a way to like do some skin search, search for a name, and then I had like all kinds of algorithms, and then I just like went down the rabbit hole completely. I didn't know this existed though. This is only for designed for best suited for short strings such as person names. Maybe this will work. We can try it. That's very cool. I don't know if this works for works for multiple words. Very cool. Very cool. Very cool. There's also this, I think. But yeah, that is... Anyhow, that was it for me. It's time to make some food. It's time to make some food. There's definitely some stuff to be done here. I don't think I'm gonna commit any of this yet, because this was just a poke around the bear. Like, I don't know exactly how we're gonna structure this, because at this moment we're rendering this. We have a slot. You click on it. Like, you click on one of these, and then we need to, when you finish and you update back, we need to know which one to finish. So maybe we give this some sort of like input name, like this. So we're sort of just oh yeah, of course this doesn't show, but like this form schema race. Like, we just make some sort of deducible name that we can lead this into, back finding the thing that you want to update. Because eventually we'll need to find the form element to insert it again. So we'll need to see. We will need to see. I haven't really thought about it yet. We need to create a changelog for all of these, or inject a changelog, I guess, at the time when you've actually inserted something. Make every row a single component. We already have that. We already have that. Or you mean like an actual stateful component? Because right now they're not stateful, but we could do that, yeah. Yeah, that might be a good idea. I don't know if that will make it simpler, but we can see. Otherwise, you need to track which row an item is selected. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I'm wondering if I don't need to do that anyways. But I can't remember how I'm structuring the form at the moment, so I can see. It has some added benefits too, that if one of these crashes, it doesn't fucking nuke the form, so it has some added benefits anyways. But yeah. Food for thought, food for thought. Anyways, thanks for watching. See you guys later.